company will put me out of my misery. Just kidding. Love the view, but this weather is killing me. Always windy. Always moist. You don't say. I didn't choose to be here. Our beloved quartermaster sent me to freeze my arse off. He said as punishment for spitting on the good name of the keepers. Whatever the hell that means. I just got drunk in the tavern and lost half my pay. And maybe some of my clothes. But I mean, why would he even care? It was my gold. I can spend it how I please. Oh, I need a warm coat. And I mean the absolute warmest coat you can get, huh? Osprey might have something in stock or know how to make one. I'd ask myself, but he's not exactly speaking with me these days. Thanks, friend. I knew I could count on you.
Hey, tell me, can you read? Listen, I'm no good with words. Could you read me a letter from my sister? She's learning how to read and write. Can you believe it? She writes letters to me. I'm so proud of her. Oh, thanks. Here's the letter. What did it say? Everyone's healthy? No, you must have misunderstood something. What do I do now? I don't know. I don't know what to do. I should go back to him, right? I guess. I guess that's true. Yes. Excuse me. I need to be alone.
think of scale armour. Scale armour. What do you think of it? The ones all the keepers wear. Sure, maybe it's easy to make and doesn't restrict movement, but it doesn't provide the best protection. Someone just needs to stab you between the scales and you're done for. Lamellar armour is much better. That will prevent you from being run through with a polearm or getting shot with a bow. It's also much more comfortable. Oh, of course. I mean, I've never made one. I'm not an armourer. But I've read so much about it that I'm sure it won't be a problem. Here's the page from the Armourer's Almanac that explains the process. I read a lot about it. In Volume 4 of the Armourer's Almanac, Arden's Shadowblade describes the differences between various types of armour. For example, chainmail allows for a good range of movement, but it's heavy. It also provides poor protection against blunt weapons, and its production is laborious. Shadowblade is a moniker. Arden is passionate about weapons and armour. He has great knowledge of materials, techniques, and history. A true expert. Everything he writes is interesting. I would love to meet him one day. No, but I have knowledge from books and a lot of thoughts on the subject, so I know what it would be like to wear different armour. I told them, but they both said I know jack shit. Besides, the keepers rarely go outside the walls nowadays. Then the quartermaster added that if I don't like our equipment, he could send me out scouting in just my underwear. Perhaps you're right. But if somebody ever stabs me under the scales, I'll go straight to the quartermaster and give him an earful.
Let me guess. Camelot, no? Timberwall, also no? So you're not from the north? Ah, of course.
You must be from Connacht. I should have guessed right away. So, who's in charge there now? Nowhere? Never heard about it. Must be a shithole like no other. And I think I won't learn much about politics from you.
You know, people are talking about rising unrest in the north, and a secret coalition preparing a coup at the highest levels of power. And that whole plague thing is just a tool to reach their final goal. The Red Priests are also trying to get something out of it.
And to be honest, it's not gone too bad for them. The Druids are out of the picture already.
Well, sure. They want to establish a new order on our island. And it's not clear who's involved in the whole mess.
Maybe. Maybe our captain is even involved. Hell knows. They have their people everywhere. Damn it, you could be one of them too. Although when I look at you, I don't think so. You have such a stupid face. With all due respect, of course. Wait a minute. I'm not suggesting anything here. I'm just thinking out loud.
It doesn't make sense that the plague appeared just like that. Out of bloody nowhere? Hell no. It's a high-stakes game.
Power over us, of course. Over our bodies and souls. Over Avalon. Over the whole damn course of history.
That's the case. Those sons of bitches are good at hiding. They kinda blend in and live among us. It's hard to tell if it's hideous magic or some other tricks. You see? It takes one to know one. And that means we're just pawns. Folks like us won't change anything. But we have to talk out loud. It suits them when everyone keeps their mouth shut.
You know, I've been thinking lately. What if King Arthur is just a stupid fairy tale? What if the nobles and others involved in the whole conspiracy just made him up? And us peasants eventually just started to believe in it?
You know, one story for everyone. They drilled it into our heads, and drilled until it finally stuck. And then they built statues, wrote books, and everything else. You finally get it. It's just a pity that there are so few like us. Well, we just have to keep going, eh? And while we're at it...
The horns of the south, the crown jewel of these lands. We had barely laid the foundations of Tainted Grail when Seawall and his men had already built a lighthouse, eager to guide our ships to them. He always had a competitive spirit. Of course, it helped that he took every sailor from the homelands with him, along with a handful of knights, so they could learn from one another. And thus, the Keepers of the South were formed. I decreed that every sworn keeper would stand as an equal to a Knight of the Round Table. I doubt they still honor that law. But I am glad to see the keepers grown. In my time, there was only a lighthouse and barracks. I suppose it has. A pity it has become a hunting ground for bandits. But do not worry, my friend. Let us walk this path and make me whole again. I will restore this island to the glory it deserves, the King's Road included.
You're back.
Blessings upon you, stranger. May the word... What do you mean, my child? Indeed, my child. I have served in the Horns of the South since I turned 20. So, it's now my 40th year. As for the asylum, I only know as much as my brothers deem necessary to relay to me in their letters. I only receive reports. I'm afraid that I simply cannot believe. Father Leon. I knew him in my youth. He was my mentor, a truly devoted servant of the Prophet. Back then, he was already showing signs of being overly devoted, let's call it. He followed the word and the word alone, which might seem commendable, but it doesn't necessarily make for easy, everyday communication between brothers. He answered questions with quotes. Can you imagine? We never knew whether his faith was truly that strong, or if he was just mocking us. So, this letter, well, it doesn't prove much. It's true that, but the seal matches, and the handwriting too. I dare say, however, that Father Leon's devotion might have turned into... As prepared as any man can, swords and fire will hold back beasts. But what of the creeping rock? But there is one thing. The Excalibur they keep here. It has not been wielded in an age, yet the weird does not creep near it. Well, even as it rests upon its pedestal, the air around it remains untouched. The tendrils of corruption that strangle stone and steel, the Keepers may not see it for what it is, but I do. There is power in that blade. Something ancient, something beyond the Church's teachings. And if it truly holds back the weirdness, then perhaps it was never meant for men alone. Safe? No. But tell me, what is safety, truly? A stronghold? A weapon? A prayer? I've seen men with all three fall just the same. So no, I do not feel safe. It's a sickness, a corruption, but also a mystery. Many of my brothers would call it a curse, a stain upon Avalon that must be purged. And yet, I wonder, did Kai not teach us that all things have a purpose? That even suffering carries wisdom? The weirdness twists and warps, yes. It consumes and it takes. But it also gives. Life grows in its wake. Strange and terrible, but life all the same. If we are to fight it, we must first understand it. And that is what frightens the Church most of all. Understanding. Certainly, Kai's blessings know no bounds, but sometimes it's useful to seal them in a handy flask. May Kai's...
It's nice to have a break.
Oi, friend. A question. Do you know why people always stop and watch a blacksmith at work? Because he's riveting. It's good to see a new face in this sad hole.
Oh, of course. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Osbert, local master of hammers and anvils. Do you need your blade sharpened?
Ha! Friend, I wish. But the only task I could use help with might be a bit too delicate for you to handle.
Unless you're a master goldsmith, then feel free to prove it, and I'll have work for you immediately. There's just not enough of them to go around. And now that we're on lockdown, there's not much demand for my services either. Listen, I said I don't have any jobs, as in things I pay you for doing. That doesn't mean I can't teach you a thing or two. If you're willing to learn, that is. Since you're free to wander about while I'm stuck in the keep, maybe we can make good use of that. You've probably bashed in the skull of a beast or two, right? The alchemists. They're likely snatching up the corpses, using the muck to cook their weird concoctions. But perhaps you'd rather craft yourself some armor from those hides, huh? We should start with something simple. Let's see. I'll give you some notes on how to make armor. You gather the materials and get to work. And when you're done, you can bring it over so I can see what you've made. Well now, that's not half bad. Not half bad at all. Solid work, and you didn't skimp on the details. You've nailed the basics. So how about we try something a bit fancier, huh?
I thought about what you showed me. Thank you for trusting me. I heard rumors a long time ago, back when I was still an acolyte, about the sealed, pitch-black dungeons from which you could hear howling, rattling of chains, and other mysterious noises every night. The mere description of them could frighten a young man. Back then, I thought it was nothing but a tale to scare new adepts into obedience. But several years ago, a traveler came here. He was looking for information about his pregnant wife. She was supposed to go to the island asylum to treat the early symptoms of the Red Death, and we were already quite adept at suppressing those. No wonder her husband was hoping for her safe return. But if she never came back and vanished without a trace, well, it made me wonder. And now this letter. I've decided I can't keep turning a blind eye to what's been happening. It's against the word. That's very bad. More evidence that both you and the letter are telling the truth. Her husband is probably around 50 years old now. He came from Quanacht. So if you ever meet him, please pass this information on to him. And assure him that old Regan from the Horns of the South offers any support he may need. Ah, yes. I wrote to the Prior to send another acolyte in my place. I told them I wanted to end my service and retire. But, well, in truth, I'll go to the Prior with the letter you gave me. It's time to honor the memory of Father Leon and bring this matter to an end. To do justice to all those suffering in torment in the island asylum. In the meantime, I am still at your service, my child. What can I do for you today? Certainly. May Kai's work.
Hope nothing bad happens today.
What? Do you... At least, that's what they tell me to say. I'm supposed to be intimidating. Grrr. So the prisoners are scared of me.
Who are you? What do you want? I don't recognize your face. I am. They told me it's for my safety. I don't like it. The keep is supposed to be my home. And yet here I am, locked in a damn jail. The medic and that red priest both came to see me. Both shrugged. But if you've got anything stronger to drink, I wouldn't say no. Yeah? Then why did you bother asking it? That cursed madman from the refugee group bit me. I think his name is Cole. The boys told me he's locked up in a cage now. Good. By the All-Mother, if I'd known he was carrying some foul disease, damned if I know. Whenever I've had a fever or cold, but this, I can't find the words. Sometimes it feels like I'm fading away. Like the part of me that makes me who I am is disappearing. And there's a voice at times. It calls to me. Each night it draws nearer. Like a dreadful howl. Not at all human, that's for sure. At times, I hear our words within it. But more often, it's like a noise from deep within the bowels of the earth. Like something very wicked. Hold fast, and steer clear of those strangers.
Usually, it's nothing but interesting, but right now, quiet as can be. Because I am. No useless small talk, no shrieking seagulls, and none of and I get to read my books too. So, safe travel.
Good to see you again. The pledge today was very interesting, wasn't it? The certainty in Quartermaster Aymer's voice. So, what do you need this time? The pass again? Hey, not this time, my friend. I've run out of ink. I'm waiting for a delivery. Steward Orla will let me know when more arrives. In the meantime, I need to ask you for a favor. So, you in? You do know it needs to stay between us. Do you understand? Say you understand. Fantastic. So, here's the thing. On a recent night out at Wrongs, it seems I may have left some sensitive documents at the bar. Documents, with Captain Fergus' seal. But not necessarily sealed by him. You know what I mean. I can't really go there right now. Could you get them back for me? I'm sure it won't be too much of a problem. Splendid! When you have the documents, meet me at the third crowing of the rooster. Or just find me. I'll be around. Stay out of my way.
You all right, newbie? Have you been to see the refugees? I can't believe poor Cole was put in a cage. Hey, what?
Cole came to us with a group of refugees from some nearby villages. They were looking for shelter from, well, everything that's been happening here. Bandits, the weirdness, the Del Reader, hunger. I was happy Fergus let them in and allowed them to stay. You'll meet them in the village. They live in the buildings up high.
Not long ago, though, Cole started acting very strange, erratic, sometimes even aggressive. One of our keepers, Old Mahon, tried to calm him down. He might have used too much force, and Cole felt compelled to defend himself. He bit Old Mahon. And since then, the old fool has been lying in the infirmary. Frankly, I think Mahon brought it on himself. They shouldn't have put... Wait, if you ever meet Patrice, please give her those flowers. I know it's not much, but I'd like her to know she's not alone. I support her and the other refugee.
If you're here to see the healer, don't bother. He's a quack and a butcher who likes to watch people suffer. I came to him with a toothache, asked him to make me something for the pain, and you know what he did? He said my tooth is rotten, and then sent me to Osprey to get it pulled out. Sounds like horse crap. My grandma was smarter than your lot, and she couldn't even read. She knew how to make a proper potion for toothache. If I were any good at mixing that stuff, I wouldn't need to... I even gave him my grandma's recipe, but he said it was no good. No, Heber took it, the plonker. Said if I don't know how to make it, I shouldn't have it. And that he doesn't want some questionable home... He says it's no good. Says that if I don't get the tooth pulled out, I told him that's why I need the remedy, to make it stop hurting. But it's like talking to a... Oh yeah? And then what? Another and then another? Give it a few...
Oh, sorry. Do I know you? I'm terrible with face. I'm Jan Heber, a physician raised in Camelot and trained in the Royal Academy. Why would you, though? Don't you have... Well, if you're not in the mood for sharing, then I won't ask. You might have more success getting people to trust you with their personal matters. Back in Camelot, I knew a mercenary. He wasn't very happy when he got too old for his line of work. Do you know why that was? Because nobody cared about him. Just like he never cared about anyone. Huh, see? But all right, if you're a mercenary, then I do have a job for someone who'd be willing. Back at the Academy, I found an ancient scroll written by the Druids. Forbidden knowledge. Especially now, after the mob forced them all into a wicker man and burned every last one of them to ash. I finally deciphered it a little while ago. It describes a ritual that needs to be performed at night within a stone circle. And guess what? There's one in the nearby forest. I guess you already know what I need you to do, hmm? And here I am, thinking that everyone's already heard about the Charred Conclave. Well, it wasn't the proud... At some point, the villagers all around the island decided that the Druids were responsible for the Red Death, and all other ailments of our times. They rounded them all up in a massive wicker man north of the Forlorn Swords, and burned them all to ashes. Hundreds of years of knowledge gone within the blink of an eye. But, well... that's what's bound to happen when you stop paying for people's education and invest in keeping the elites fed instead. That is an excellent question, but I don't know. From what that being will share its great knowledge with the one brave enough to summon it. I need you to No, and I'm reluctant to admit that I'm unable to... Cole's symptoms are unlike anything I've ever seen. I'm certain it's not one of... As for the bite on Mahon, although it was a nasty wound at first, it healed very quickly. On Cole, it's barely visible. Is some local witchcraft I've been trying to make sense of. I guess I'll find out when I try it. Experience is the best teacher. Don't worry, I'm not testing anything on the others. Graham the Mad, a great Camelotian physician, used to say that a real doctor would never give his patient something he hadn't tried on himself first. A wise approach, which I follow myself. The pursuit of knowledge is always dangerous. That's why it's reserved for only the bravest of the brave. It takes true guts to face the unknown, to realize just how little you know, and how insignificant you are to the world. What irony? Oh, that was unexpected. Here, take it. What will happen, I have no idea, but please tell me, if you live to find out. I was classically trained in the proper art of medicine by the scholars of Camelot. The thing, most of this stuff shouldn't even be effective, yet it seems to work wonders on these simple-minded, tough-bodied people here in the south. Shipments from Camelot are late, so I'm running low on supplies. If I'm not able to treat them, they'll start complaining. And Fergus doesn't like when people complain, especially when it comes to their health. He truly cares about them, I've got to admit. He doesn't care much about anyone else, though. I don't dream about anything anymore, so sleep feels like a waste of precious time. Fortunately, back in Camelot, I found a mix of remedies that can keep me awake for a whole week. It was quite popular in our study group. Oh no, every physician needs his secrets. But I can sell you some if you promise not to tell any of the higher-ups. There are side effects. You won't fall asleep for a while, but the moment you do, well, you'll feel like you died and came back to life, only to die again. So you either take the next dose, or endure it. I can endure it because I don't have a post to attend to. But our brave soldiers, well, that'd be risky.
You? Ah, shit. Another mouth to feed. Tear gas must have been off his rocker if he thinks I can feed everyone with the little he gives me. I'm serious. If we don't open the keep soon, not that I can't cook them in a way that makes you think it's chicken. Oh, this is new. Maybe we'll get along after all. The dimwits here never want to learn, only eat.
trying to sneak past me.
Sir, I haven't seen you before. I wasn't expecting any guests, and you don't look like a new recruit. And yet, Odrin let you in. He's not drinking again, I hope. Most unfortunate. But that explains why you just strutted into the...
The name's Fergus, and I assume you already know I'm the quartermaster.
And please, try to be convincing, or the walls of this fortress will be the last thing you'll ever see. Yes, I know. And that's why you're still standing in front of me. However, these pens were only given to certain people. They mean that in times of trouble, these people will always find a safe haven here in the Horns.
And that makes me wonder, what happened to your friend? Where is he? If what you're saying is true, he must have had a deal with somebody well above my pay grade, and that leaves only the captain.
However, if you're lying, then you might as well have just confessed to the murder of a Knight of the Round Table. But nobody's that much of a fool, I think. Fortunately for you, I've seen my fair share of morons in life, and you don't look like one. Fortunately for me, this pen only means that I'm to make sure you're safe in the Horns. Not
anyway. Welcome to the Horns of the...
He's not our first line of defense. The archers are. Every man here needs to have a job. And no offense to Odrin, but let's just say we can afford to lose him. I'm sure the hordes of visitors clamoring at our gate. That's between her and the captain. Were it up to me, she'd be long gone. Fine then. This is the keep. Anyone sworn in as a keeper lives here, unless they're no longer fit for service. If that otherwise, they're not allowed to go there without my express permission. So if you ever see any of my boys down there looking shit...
You're allowed to walk around the keep and the village, but if anyone catches you stealing, I'll take your hands. If you attack any of my men, I'll take your head. If you need rest, you can sleep in the barracks. It's no royal chamber, but it's better to sleep under a roof than a... Ninian. I knew the Red Death would take him. Damn shame. He was one of the good ones. You did right bringing this back. The Horns look after their own, even after they're gone. But Now that I think of it, how did you manage to get hold of his tag? Tortured? In the asylum? You can't expect me to take that at face value. Brother Riagan said Ninian was too weak to survive the journey. They came for him, and we even held a symbolic keeper's burial for him. And what were you doing in the island asylum? You look fine, but if you were there, near him... I'm sorry this happened to you. Still, you have to understand, no risks can be taken when it comes to the Red Death. I knew we'd have to deal with this sooner or later. Time isn't exactly on our side. It's hard for me to admit, but nobody, including myself, if you find any clues, follow them. I'm only interested in the details, and ideally, the solutions. Just as I thought. If you have friends among the knights, you'll want to because I said so. What? Did you really expect that you could just enter our keep and head? There wouldn't be much point in having walls and guards here if anyone could just... That's one of our tags. Every soldier gets one when they pledge their loyalty. I just hope the body you took it from was already cold, because killing a keeper would land you in some serious trouble. You know, here's what I'm thinking. If you stumble over any of our fallen keepers out there, bring me their tags. Sure, they all swore to stay here until the bitter end, but they have families who deserve to know what became of them. It's part of my duty, but since I can't send any more beyond these walls... You know where to find me if you come across any more. Excalibur. You want to, well, be my guest. If you think you can, go ahead. But unless you're King Arthur reborn... We've been having trouble with the dead lately. The kind that don't want to rest in peace. There are more and more of them roaming the area. It might just be the weirdness, as it has been steadily creeping closer from the north, but somehow I doubt it. Anyway, I suggest you go see Marg first. He knows best what's going on there. Good. Try not to get yourself killed. Yes? Why not?
Seawall. He was the first to set foot on Avalon, not me. He decided that if anything were to attack us in this strange land, he would shield me and take the first blow himself. I remember loyalty. A fierce, unwavering loyalty. To me and to Avalon. He must have been someone I trusted deeply. Perhaps as we move forward, more memories of him will come back to me. For now, I only hope his loyalty wasn't in vain.
Just keep your head down. Bloody seagulls! Can you hear me? You flying vermin! Just try landing here and I'll pluck your asses clean. A keep by the sea. What a great idea that was. And what do you want? I'm fixated. Me! Oh, you didn't see what they did to me a week ago. I was just standing watch as usual, and then, suddenly, splat. A dozen of them flying overhead, screeching, shitting and whatnot. So, I yelled what I think about them, shaking my fist. And then another 4, splat! And they kept screeching. I tell you, they're laughing at me. I spent all night cleaning my armor. Sewell didn't think it through when he decided where to put the keep, mark my words. And I don't like how you seem to think I'm a fool. So, what now? Should I shit on you for that? I don't think so. I once managed to shoot a few. I thought they'd learned their lesson and wouldn't be flying over here anymore. And guess what they did? They kept shitting. With increased force. Like they're planning it. Vengeful scoundrels. I need to try a different strategy. Find something that will make them feel real terror. Like the way crows are afraid of scarecrows in fields. I'm sure seagulls also have something that scares them. We just need to find out what it is. Oh, thank you. I just need you to bring me some kind of a bird scarer. I don't know. I'm not sure if there is one guy in the museum. Riderick. He's supposed to know everything.
Were you at the pledge? Yeah. Sleep, damn it, is the worst son of a... No sleeping, no. The service is eternal. Where would we be if Seawall took naps all the time? I shut my eyes for about 15 minutes every day. Sometimes 20. But I'm not gonna lie. That potion from Eber, our physician, works miracles. You could stand on the walls all day and night and not even think about closing your eyes. What? Listen, pal, I never asked. I just came in the evenings when I was getting sleepy and took it. And then Jan put it somewhere else. Keeper's vigor. Shows what you know. Once more.
Just stay put. Everything will be just fine.
Watch the feet! Your feet, and my priceless seedlings. I swear, your nosiness will be the death of you. I have everything I need. And you, the fly in the ointment. You need to talk to plants to help them grow.
Seed, leftover fish, crumbs of everyday life. I want some good seed. I'd love some good seed. Not bad seed and fish bones, bitter. Ugh, nasty. How much fish can you eat? Want good seed. Go away. Go, stupid human. Go. Why human's still here? Shoo, shoo, shoo. Oh, no! Not another one! Listen, did you perhaps drink some weird concoction lately? Humanheber, I see! I know it must be an entirely new situation for you. If you're feeling hot flashes, you should just lie down. Try to sleep. There, calm down. It'll all be better soon. Damned woman. What? Unless I've grown 4 arms, I should still be a chicken. What's wrong with your lot? Do you always ask such stupid questions? Pecking, clucking. What else am I supposed to be? Pardon me, Avalonian. Quacking doing. If you want an egg, don't ask me. I'm not one of those penthouse floozies. Now get lost. I'm not sure if I should. Ugh, whatever. I'm Muriel. a four-dweller covert agent among the humans. Though I've nobody left to report to. My bosses stopped contacting me a long time ago. Observe, learn, and forward intel. Spy, basically. You're sad, bitter, impulsive, short-sighted, petty, and you have a penchant for self-destruction. Oh, yes. And everything you touch, no matter how good, eventually turns into shit. And then you wonder why everything around you has lost all meaning. I could go on and on, but I won't. Although, perhaps that is exactly what made you seem so alluring to us. Well, one of the many bad decisions made by the Four Dwellers. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Now go away!
I should stay out of trouble. Stay out of my way.
This feeling, it was so strong, so real. I remember now, the weight of it, the power. This blade was never just steel. It was a part of me. Yes, the sensation is unmistakable, but it carries more than my soul. It carries a part of my legacy. A sword like that, it doesn't yield easily. It demands strength of body and of will. You'll need to grow stronger before it will choose you. It's more than a sword. It's a promise. A blade that stands for unity, for strength, and for hope. It wasn't just mine. It belonged to Avalon. Every swing, every battle was fought for the land and its people. But Excalibur is also a burden. It demands more than just skill. It demands purpose. Without that, then it is just steel.
Welcome to the Museum of the Horns of the South. My name is Ridderick, and I'd also like to bring your attention. It began in the... It took them years of tremendous... I don't doubt it. Drawing on available sources, as you can probably... Oh, Sewell was an He was also the founder of... The museum holds a collection of 70... The collection includes big and small items. Here you will find military... I'd say all exhibits are. Those would be the items that you... I have to admit that local fauna is not one of... It used to be the case that a significant part of the daily catch was gobbled up by... So the keepers of that time found a very... Some of them, called the seagullers, scared off the coastal birds using specially constructed masks. They made them from feathers. The reason the gulls avoided these masks is unclear.
Huh. It's for Dan, isn't it? That ungrateful bastard's still on the wall. Disagreement? Sure, you could call it that, and I guess I might have overreacted a bit. But since Dan is on the wall and I'm here, I couldn't tell him that I get it. The prank and all. And I forgave him a long time ago. Now that I think about it, it was a hell of a prank.
Well, he was right. I am old, but inefficient stung a little bit. After all, I did my job well, and his sword is as sharp as Excalibur itself. Well, I may not be angry with him anymore, but that doesn't mean I'll work my ass off so that his doesn't freeze. Here's an explanation of how to make it. Feel free to help him out yourself.
Thank you, friend. Let me repay your kindness. Even though I don't have much, I can at least tell you about something I saw a little while ago. It might be interesting for an adventurer like you. See those rocks near the shore? When it gets dark, sometimes I see a light there. I'm not sure what it could be, though. A bandit camp this close to the Horns? Impossible. The Daliata? No way. They wouldn't hide like that. Maybe something else entirely? It's probably nothing, but maybe you could find something interesting or valuable there. Farewell.
I like it when things are quiet.
Stay quiet. Stay safe. There you are. A mask? Eh? Ah, whatever. Sod it. Now they'll get what's coming to them. Damn rascals. You can go now. You're right. Here, take this. But don't think, even for a moment, that the struggle is over. We need more, much more, to finally rid ourselves of those blasted birds once and for all. Are you ready for the next step in our fight against the flying, shitting enemy? That's the spirit! In a war like this, every ally counts. Look, I've got the perfect seagull trap design right here. You just need to make a few and set them up in some strategic spots, like this one. And those flying pests will surely get caught. We need to... Go on then!
Just another peaceful moment. Sometimes it's nice to just sit and think.
Everything will be just fine. Attention, the better.
Always a pleasure to see you.
Hey. Hello. Are you also wondering why the heck we need them? Lighthouses. Why the hell are Dara and his workers pushing so hard to build the second one? Is one not enough? Is it because one is less than two and less is worse? I mean, two lighthouses next to each other are almost the same as one, and ships don't even sail this way anymore. Ah, symbolism. Yeah, maybe, whatever that is. Well, not much going on here, as you can see. Things have been a bit different lately, due to the refuge. One was even hanged for theft. If you're interested in the horns, you should visit our museum. What do I think? As long as they follow the rules. Folks are saying that there's some other group, probably more dangerous, not so far from here. Aye, why would they? The waters are treacherous, so no ships. Besides, who'd have the time to build or repair them? There are enough problems, huh? You can stay here and serve. Sit in the tavern. There's always something happening out in the world. But you know what? Here in the south, everything happens. Gotta admit, though, it does look pretty majestic.
Sometimes it's nice to just sit and think.
Just keep your head down. And how did my traps work? Quite the technological marvels, aren't they? That's what I like to hear. You are an invaluable first officer. We need to solve the sea. You'll search for their nests and destroy them without mercy. Burn the nests. Shoot the parents. It's the only way to eradicate the evil for good. Serious times call. I see no. The nests will keep coming back. Only consistency will go.
Let me guess. He's trying to rope you into his campaign against Avalonian seagulls. It's a well-known story. All the keepers know of Gwylin's obsession, but it's less amusing than it sounds. You see, Gwylin is from a coastal village. His father, a fisherman, worked hard to feed his family. He instilled a deep hatred of seagulls in Gwylin, claiming they were our greatest enemy. He taught his son how to kill them effectively, and insisted they were agents of the Fall Dwellers. Essentially, yes. But he wasn't always like this. When he joined, he just didn't like... I gave him simple jobs away from the wall, until one day, he asked to serve on the walls. I agreed because I thought he'd simply got used to the birds. I had no idea I would be contributing to feeding his obsession. I spoke to him. Between his rounds, I heard a confession I didn't expect. When Gwylin was only 7 years old, he saw a flock of seagulls attack his father and pluck his eyes out. Is it true? Or the ramblings of a madman? It's not for me to decide. Don't get me wrong. Gwylin is harmless, and he's a good soldier. But he can't be helped. Whatever he's asked you to do, just ignore it. Don't argue with him. It's not your responsibility. If he brings up seagulls, just pretend you didn't hear him. That's what we all do.
Oh, Mother have mercy. Not another one. If I let you pass, will you promise not to make any trouble? That's just my luck. Take the post, Tiernan, they told me. You'll be looking after a village full of old farts. That's practically early retirement, they said. What a load of crap. There's always something. If it's not the deck falling apart, it's a refugee running around biting people. Well, to be fair, he only bit one person. But it was a keeper. I know Mahone can be a piece of shit sometimes, but gods. Now both of them are sick. And Haber's got no clue what's wrong. Which is the only reason that refugee isn't dead. Yet. So, he's sitting in a cage. His wife's crying all day and everyone's pissed. Meanwhile, I'm stuck in the middle of it all. No, not really. Fortunately. No need to tell me that. But I can't just go back to patrolling the walls. I'd be a laughingstock. I'd rather sit here and hope everything works itself out. I mean, everyone's gotta die someday, right? So whether it's me or them, at least my problems will be over. The deck? Nah, just old wood. Honestly, it's the least of my problems. But I've got no way to fix it. Dara's always busy with his lighthouse, and every time I try to do it myself, someone else needs me for something. I can't even sneak out to the tavern because last time some rich bint started complaining that everything here smells of fish. That's a seaside village. What else would it smell of? You do that? That would be a huge relief. Well, maybe not huge. There are bigger problems, but it'd be a start. Truth be told, I don't know why they want it so badly. It's for boats. No one here even uses boats. But, well, you know how it is with old folks. Once they get fixated on something, there's no point in arguing. I'd pay if I could, but this was supposed to be my job. The budget's long gone. But if you're interested, I could teach you a thing or two about home decor. Not exactly standard keeper knowledge, but, well, we all have our secrets. Surprised? Can't blame you. This might sound odd coming from someone stationed in a glorified fish bucket, but I've got a thing for furniture. The only thing more mismatched than the barracks around here is my career choice. But, yeah, I like imagining places where things fit. Where chairs don't wobble, tables don't look like someone hacked them together with a dull axe, and beds, well, beds don't feel like they're plotting your murder while you sleep. Not exactly a secret I broadcast. Most folks see me as Tiernan the Grumbler. But, hey, we've all got something that keeps us sane, right? Mine just happens to be daydreaming about nicer chairs. Oh, she's a real piece of work, that one. Her name's Lady Elisa. Something. I don't remember. She came here with her husband. Poor man. I never heard him get a word in. You know, sometimes I regret not getting married. But if I had a wife like her, I'd just end up being a keeper all over again.
Still here, still breathing.
You've come to put me in the cage. Sorry. Just a bit of... Such a mess, isn't it? Cola's alright, and Beatrice. Anyway, I'm Ellis. Nice to meet you. What do you need? Well, I'm Ellis. Goldsmithing is my life and passion. And between you and me, I feel like I'm losing my mind with... When I hold tools and make beautiful things... It feels like I can bring some light into this wretched world. I wish I was somewhere where I could just do some goldsmithing, but I'm a bit scared. So, here I am, sitting on my ass in some village listening to waves and the screams of seagulls and old men. Nothing to write home about, even if I still had one. I was working as a goldsmith in a group of, let's call them business people. I was once traveling with a caravan that got attacked by him. Their chief was a smart guy. The moment he heard I was a goldsmith, he knew what to do with me. He got me converting all the jewelry they stole into new pieces. Do you want to hear what I did once? We went to Timberwall. The gang wanted to rob some merchant's house. We holed up in a seedy tavern and waited for the... Then, one night they broke in. Came back with a whole load of trinkets. They gave me a couple of days. Tinkered for a bit. After I was finished, I dressed myself all nice. Went to that merchant's house and went, "Good morning." You know what he said? Of course I would. That nonce bought the entire lot. Even though I inflated the prices like it. And when I came back, the others couldn't believe their eyes. I thought I was gonna keel over.
Still here, still breathing. Thought I'd be alone today.
I've already told you I'm not... Oh. I don't know you.
You could have chosen a better time to come here. Kind of poor...
Well... My boy Frang and I came here, but Frang is a good lad.
Found the poor sod at the mill, sleeping in the hay.
He's young, but he already has a couple of tattoos.
At first, people in our village gave him dirty...
He was a good, hard-working kid. Frang is a quiet boy.
Something happened. Frang listens. Conquer. Wolf. Strong. Important name. Not seen in the south for a long time. Must be dead. I'm not from anywhere. Frang is attached to nowhere. A place without a leader. As I see it, it will finally fall apart. One way or another. There are no tales about a place that survived, and it's not about kings. What's needed is a strong soul with a strong name. And they're... Now there... Beatrice is strong, despite what happened with Cole. Ellis? He's funny. I like him. Rawson? Frang never met the key, but the unnamed boy did. Once, a few of them, many years ago, we fought. The keepers approached the camp of the boy's people, but that past does not belong to Frang. I'm Frang. Frang was never a dull leader, not without a name, And if that lasts too long, you must leave. I left and became Frang. Frang cannot be a Dalriada. His mother was. But
What's left for someone like me?
Nothing changes. Nothing ever will. Still here, still breathing.
What's left for someone like me?
I wish Morris were here with me. Do you need help settling in, dear? This isn't the best day.
What a nasty business with that boy. I'm almost glad my Morris isn't here for...
Oh, I'm not sure, love. I don't move around too much. Him and Patrice make such a lovely young couple.
Take...
Buy something or bugger off.
Bloody hell, look at this. They do nothing but shuffle around, stare at walls, and sleep under I'm telling you, if I was still working here, this place wouldn't be falling apart. But I'm not. And who are you? What you want? What do you take me for? A senile old idiot? I know that my boy keeps sending all of you little piss-ants to snoop around his old man. Oh, how worried he must be. Ho ho. How did you all get it into your... Everyone's going on about how old Gabon's gonna keel over any time. I'm old enough to know what I'm talking about. I served my time. I've lived my life. And I swear, each one... Listen, they wanted Heber, that healer from the keep, to come here. He did. They wanted him to look me over. Then he just threw up his hands, mumbled some... Hell, I should have been an healer. Wouldn't mind going up these herbs. No idea what they're for. Heber said he doesn't know what's wrong with me. Good thing that at least the one guy who hangs around, Finley's the name, doesn't nag me all the time. Getting a bit curious, I see. Hand me a drink, and I'll answer. Maybe. Hold on. Finley, hey, first of all, I'm not a cripple who needs a decrepit dimwit running round. Secondly, do you know the problem with having a helper who's mute? I mean, it's not all bad. At least I don't have to listen to even more bullshit. He puffs up like a marshmallow every time he tries to... Curious, aren't you? Fetch me a drink. You see, back in the day, being a keeper was a serious business. Now, don't even get me started. Nowadays, lads... Nah, my girl, how was I supposed to know she had a bloody bun in the oven? By the time the wean was... Heck knows what he came here for. That's not my problem. Yeah. Then you...
Excuse me, could you get me a clean...
You seen all the refugees coming from the nearby villages? They're trying to get away from the bandits and the weirdness.
Aye, I've seen 'em. Can't blame 'em for wanting some safety. With bandits and the weirdness creeping closer, who wouldn't be scared?
There may be, but I don't trust strangers. They could be bringing trouble with them. Never know what kind of folk you're letting in.
You're always suspicious. They're just trying to survive, same as the rest of us. Besides, where else would they go?
Speaking of the refugees, you hear about that one Cole? Looks like he's ill or something.
Aye, I heard. Poor lad's in rough shape. But thank the All-Mother it's not the Red Death. We couldn't deal with that here.
Still don't sit right with me. Sick folks in a crowded place? It's a risk, is.
Maybe, but what are we gonna do? Turn them away? We've all got our burdens to carry.
You seen all the refugees coming from the nearby villages? They're trying to get away from the bandits and the weirdness.
Aye.
Hello, child. I can see that you're not of noble blood. Oh, no need to tell me that. I've tutored the children of aristocrats from all over Avalon. Fortunately for you, my opinion of them is not particularly high. Oh, and you don't look like one of the locals. You could. My name is Lady Elaine. I oversee the Farshire line. Oh, biding my time until a brave adventurer with a death wish comes along. Oh, surprising. I'm looking for someone who will help me find a certain artifact. I came to the Horns of the South because I found a fascinating book. It referred to a certain object, a figure most likely, which has the ability to dispel the wordness like a menhir can. Apparently, it can be found on the ship called Andraste, which sank over 100 years ago somewhere in this area. However, when I asked those nincompoops about it, they just laughed at me. They said that the Andraste wasn't carrying anything of value, and even if it was, they wouldn't freeze their butts off in those chilly waters. The Last Voyage of the Andraste by Elvis the Lightkeeper. He was one of the more notable keepers. In his waning years, he became an adjutant to Captain Lex. But it's best if you read it yourself. You can read, can't you? But just be very careful. This is a very rare publication. Read it very carefully, and after you're done, come to me, and I'll tell you more. A deal? And they say young people don't want to learn it. And? Oh, splendid, splendid. Oh, according to Elvis the Lightkeeper, in the mine near the Horns of the South, they found something. That's right. This is the artifact I'm looking for. One that might be vital. According to Elvis's description, the figure is smaller than... Were it small, it would probably have been placed in Captain Lex's quarters. Good. Next question. What was the Andraste's destination? Correct. Be very careful with what I'm about to tell you. But some believe that the Red Priests are dedicated to studying the wordness instead of the Red Death. Captain Lex must have thought they'd pay him generously for a four-dweller artifact. Last question. What sank the Andraste? Yes, you did well, child. I can see that you were paying attention. According to Elvis, the Andraste was sunk by the legendary terror from the deep. But if you want to know more, ask your keeper friends. They should be much better informed. Now, all you need to do is find the wreck. Oh, if only I knew. It must have happened somewhere on the way. In the horns of the South Museum, there are some extremely interesting books and documents lying around and collecting dust. Among them, you'll find the Andraste's logbook, which was saved by Alvis. I've read. Go to the horns of the South Museum, read the logbook, and then tell me whether you managed.
I'm not sure. I don't mean to say that you peasants all look the same, but you have to understand it's quite difficult for... Especially since there seems to be so many people like you here. Well, I'm sorry if you felt offended. I won't... Well...
Who are you? Another refugee? This place is already... In my day, you only... It was easier to share. That's so. Fine. Whatever you... Not so long ago, we just sat down and had a drink. I don't know. But you could put something on... Thank you. We used to come here, the three of us. Me, Berg, and Fedley. Hell knows what happened. We went to his house to get him, but he only cursed a blue streak at us. I feel bad for him, but I've got no more patience. Now you're talking. Ever since he got so maudlin, Berg usually sits up.
You seen all the refugees coming from the nearby villages? They're trying to get away from the bandits and the weirdness.
Aye, I've seen them. Can't blame them for wanting some safety. With...
Aye, they're not from around here. Now that I believe. I remember when we were not taken in wimps. Filth everywhere. And at rate, not that long ago, we used to scare kids with stories about the... Honestly. You bet they were. It's all been falling apart ever since they put Captain Brendan in charge. Doesn't care about anyone or anything. He's just not that I serve anymore. Don't even get me started. Fergus always claims he's... I talk to Ridderick from the museum sometimes, but that one's a real know-it-all. We always end up arguing past me, they're all just as... Huh? Of course I do. In my day, it wasn't sunken. It was a beautiful, lively place. Pilgrims would visit the All-Mother's Temple and Excalibur, and end up in the village. It broke my heart when I heard about the flooding. I say that it doesn't matter now. Now go on.
Oi, Noel! What if I pulled Excalibur from that stone, but it broke, but only at the tip? Would I still get to be king, or not?
You're so daft, Randall. Some magical lass living in a lake gave the king the sword when he broke his own bashing forearm skulls.
So, the one in the stone, what's that called? It's not Excalibur, is it?
Nah, the one in the stone was called, don't know. Sword in the stone, I guess.
Sod it. Whatever. So, if I pulled the sword in the stone from the, stone, and it broke, but only a little, would I still get to be king?
What? No. You'd have to pull out all of it. Only the one who pulls out the sword gets to be king, yeah? Not the one who pulls out a bit of the sword.
Wait, but if you have a sword and it breaks, do you tell everyone that you have a sword, or that you have a piece of the sword? Besides, you can always take it to the smith, and he can fix a new tip.
But if he fixes a new tip, it won't be the same sword.
Are you off your knocker? How's it not the same sword? So, what is it now? A ploughshare?
A shit share.
Listen, just listen to me. You've got it all wrong. You've got a sword, right? And then the tip breaks off, so you attach a new one, right? But then, let's just say it breaks again.
That's one shitty sword you have there.
Now, listen to me. Now, damn it. It breaks off, so you fix it with a new piece again. And then it happens again, and again, and again. Until you finally get yourself a whole new blade from the smith. So get this, if the whole blade was replaced, is it still the same sword?
Well, no, it isn't.
There you have it. You just need to be, what's the word? Rational.
Fine. Now let's have a drink. My throat's drier than a priestess purse.
See, now you sound rational.
Beer from Kunacht, wine from Farshire, moonshine, only local, the best there is. No, I don't recall anything like that. No, listen. I don't know what. Half of them couldn't tell the quartermaster's seal from... But that means... No. Impossible. What if... Holy moonshine. I remember. Sigibald. It was Sigibald who left those documents behind. I've no idea how you found out about it. Sigi. He's dead. Taken by a fever. Aye, of course I have. I didn't just throw them in some cabinet. I was afraid they'd fall into the wrong hands. He was a good man. I wouldn't get rid of my only memento of him. Here, after what you said, I assume you'll make good use of them. Even though I'm still not sure what to think about it. Things are getting weirder and weirder in our beloved Avalon. Well, he died like he lived, with a tankard in his hand. The boys always said Sigi was a friend worth 5 others. And he was. He was a prankster like no other. Once, he slipped a rotten egg into the quartermaster's dinner. Never a dull moment with him, that's for sure. No problem. Listen, if by some miracle you really talked with Sigibald, please, give him my warm regards. I don't understand anything anymore.
What do you want? Ha! Guess he's got nobody else to get pissed with. Finley never liked drinking alone with him. Titan tends to get into one of it. And? What? That's all? You're bothering me just because that old rascal is...
Get moving.
What do you want? To gawk? Well, I'll have to disappoint you. My Cole... So you really don't know? If you're not from... Just know something is poisoning his mind and soul. I don't know what it is, or why it happened to Cole. One evening there was a quarrel between our group, the villagers, and one of the keepers. They'd had a bit too much to drink and let some comments slip. They hurled insults at us, saying there's no place for us here, that we should just get the hell out of here because things are hard for everyone. Hard? Sure. I bet that bunch of wimps wouldn't last a week outside. All they do is sit in that keep of theirs, thinking they're the defenders of justice. Well, Cole went mad. I've never seen him like that before. He attacked that keeper and bit him. It was serious, but the keeper survived. If it weren't for the other men from the village, things could have ended very differently. Afterwards, they chained Cole up and locked him in a cage. His condition started to worsen. They said a monster like him doesn't deserve a jail cell. Jail cells are for humans. Bastards. This might sound silly, but before we reached the keep, we came near a strange structure. The locals call it the Arch Spire. In the morning, we realized everyone had a strange dream, but it was a little different for each of us. Cole started acting weird after that, and in time, it only got worse. No, only that, well, he didn't make much sense. But he was it must have been some bug. Something changed by the weird. We set up camp near the Arch Spire. We hoped that bandits wouldn't dare to venture into a place like... With everything that's been happening lately, What? How dare you? Do you know the meaning of those flowers in that Revenge. There's nothing nice about it, and I don't know if he did it on purpose or if he's just an idiot. Thank you. For them. You are from nowhere. Just like, take those flowers away, burn them, throw them in a... Be careful out.
Yes, the story goes. The last owner, Keeper Galen, threw himself... The captain put it up for sale ages ago. But if you're thinking of buying it, go for it. Make it your... No... Play...
You think I don't see ya? So the bitch understood the meaning, yes? I'm glad. Congratulations on your... Those vagrants should know that since they live on our dime, they also live by our mercy. It's necessary. You're from nowhere, so you're nobody. Become a keeper, and you'll have the right to... The refugees are a tumour on the healthy body of the Horns of the South. You're back! Hi! I told you, Ron is a good guy. And here's a little something for you. You know I pay well. Yes? What's the matter, my friend? You're really good at this today. Wait. Oh. Oh, you're serious. I understand. For so many years, I've been afraid to open this letter. But it looks like I needed to read it. Well, it is what it is, right? And I've been wondering why no one wants to talk to me. I thought to myself, are they mad at me or what? But why are you talking to me? How can you see me? Anyway, may the All-Mother bless your path. See you next time. Oh, yes. Great place, great people. And before I became a keeper, let me put it this way. I've done a lot more for a lot less. Here, you can always have a meal and some kind of shelter above your head. And that's something, isn't it? Sure, you can make more gold as a leader, but that comes with much more responsibility, my friend. Not exactly. You've already been to Ron's tavern, so you've seen one. But since we're mates now, I suppose I can tell you about something. Listen closely. A few of us had a little gambling ring. Not to brag, but I was quite good at it. The winnings aren't much use to me anymore, so if you're interested, I'll tell you where I stashed them. Here. Just mind the waves. Ooh, Ern, Armand, and Richt. Haven't seen them in a long while, so I've no clue what they're up to now. But I'd wager they've got their own stashes hidden somewhere too. Cunning bastards. Take care out there. Keep your wits about you.
You're heading to the village, right? Take this medicine to my father, will you? Goban is a loud man. I can see from the look on your face, you've already met that little ray of sunshine. It's no secret. He's just an old bit. If I had a gold coin for every... Look, it's Camelot's orders. I get paid. If they want to throw money at us to keep up appearances, that... Keep your head...
Be careful out.
You just wait until they let me out. I'll be you. Come a little close. Nobody asked your opinion. I drink 'cause I want to. Maybe I was drunk, but the gate was guarded. It's not your damn pin. But all is not lost. We can still be friends. Listen, I'm not guarding the gate right this second. Now, come on, don't... Aye, that's for me to throw parts to the...
Sometimes it's nice to just sit and think. Sometimes it's nice to just sit and... think.
More specific. Here it is, though I doubt those records will tell you anything, since the weirdness surrounding... Oh, no, we know that. You should have mentioned that you're looking. Every keeper knows that the Andraste was swallowed by the ocean. It's near what's current...
from this.
trying to be sneaky, you're failing miserably.
You did? I thought I heard one less thing to worry about, right? Here, I put aside some money from my budget. You've earned it. And you have my gratitude. I'd ask you to fix the refugee barracks, but, well, there's no budget for making people's lives slightly less miserable. We'd have to do with something less spectacular. There are two places around here that could use some fixing up. First, there's the old gate. It used to be a proud marker for our territory, but now it's more of a sorry welcome sign. Then, there's the monument to the sea creature. It's been weathered down by the salty breeze, and honestly, it's starting to look less monumental and more pathetic. If you could restore them, it would do wonders for morale, and maybe even impress Fergus. What do you say? Ah, that's the spirit! I knew I could count on you. Once those are back in shape, this place might start looking like it's cared for again.